Bring it on, Pink, baby. Bring it on. Bring it on the Pink. Bring it on the Pink, baby. Thank you.
Nobody. I'm just trying.
Seats will just stand in the middle of the concourse, just holding invisible microphones, talking to air.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the BPOLA, USBC, Paul Kreitz, and the great staff here at Victory Lanes, I'd like to welcome you to the second round of qualifying for the 2019 U.S. Open. B squad is our first squad of the day. Qualifying will continue through tomorrow with round 3. And then we'll make the first of 3 cuts on our top
26.
Misses it! He missed it!
There it is. Second U.S. Open.
Yes! 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 Yes!
You're a piece of history, young man.
You better believe he did it!
Oh, that's really good, baby.
That's it! Oh my God, he almost missed it! Oh my God!
He's got himself the 2018 U.S. Open Championship!
And on 33 and 34, the 2003 and 1998 U.S. Open champion, Walter Ray Williams, Jr. All right, bowlers, when your lanes go on, you may have 1 practice ball on each lane. Actually, let's do the national anthem first. Please join me while we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. Right now, bowlers, when your lights and lanes come on, you may have 1 ball on each lane. Thank you. your scoring margin, a full set of pins, you may begin your competition this morning. Bowling fans, have a nice round of applause to kick off B Squad, second round of bowling in the 2019 U.S. Open. Thank you. Good luck, bowlers.
And a very top of the morning to you all. Appreciate you tuning in bright and early for day 2. B Squad now on the lanes here at the 2019 U.S. Open, live from Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. My name is Emil Williams Jr., and joining me, as always, here is Daniel Farish. And Daniel, before we begin and get these great viewers to bowling, 41 feet today, higher volume, however, and what you called dual angle. Essentially, you can play out, you can kind of play in, you can get to the pocket today in a variety of ways. What stuck out to you during the practice session on the range, and what are you expecting to see early on?
Players were everywhere in the practice session. You saw players out around 2, 3, 4, and I saw players on 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, and then like 11, 12. So the entire right side of the lane is going to get used today, as opposed to yesterday, where it was basically left of 12 is all that got used. The biggest thing we're going to see today, the biggest issue these bowlers are going to have are the bowlers who start farther right, because when they do have to get off that spot, because of everyone that's going to be left of them on 7-8 and further left on 11-12, if you're on the gutter, when you make your move, it's going to be a big move. So they're going to have a decision to make about games 3 or 4.
All right, how far will they move? That is the question. Let's take you to the action right now, as game 1 is off and running. Andrew DeJanes, Martin Larson, Tim Pfeiffer, who am I leaving out? Oh, can't leave out Mr. Duke. Not gonna lie, I didn't see him over the top of my.
Is that a short choke?
No, it's not. I just literally didn't see him over the. Directly in front of me is a monitor. I didn't see him over the top. Never. Not for Norm. He's a 2-time champ.
And joining them on our featured pairs on this featured channel on 25 and 26, Tom Smallwood, Justin Wyman, Charles Bostic, and Andres Gomez. I'll tell you one thing, Emil. I'm hoping we see a few more strikes today than we saw yesterday. Out of 144 players, only 38 were plus on that brutal 45-foot pattern, flat pattern, yesterday here at Victory Lanes.
I think we'll see that. I just think the pattern certainly will allow it. But, of course, depending on how the players still elect to handle their own business, so to speak, and whatever they're comfortable with. Because now you're definitely in a comfort realm, where yesterday there was really, you had to play in a particular place, and if you didn't, you were experimenting. For example, if you decided, hey, let's make a big move back right, and see what happens. Today you've got a couple of options, and maybe what you're comfortable with may work well. And that could mean two different things for two different players. For example, like I would fully expect Norm Duke to have fun on this type of pattern.
Yeah, I think this could be a big day for players who like to keep their angles in front of them and can play pretty straight. Whether it's they can play straight because of lack of hand, comparatively speaking, like Norm, or they can play straight with a ton of ball speed, a guy like Don Barrett later in the day.
If you missed out on anything yesterday, folks, you can check out the archived events under that particular channel on Bowl TV. Beginning with the PTQ, yesterday's round. Just about every event is there, barring any small technical issues. And if you see something, you say, oh, we probably got it. It just hadn't uploaded it yet. Near conversion there for Justin Wyman. Again, this is B squad. It will go BCA. Stay in order. Squad time, so we're kicking things off. C squad will be next this afternoon, and then this evening, A squad will hit the lanes. Tomorrow will be cab, as Aaron Smith always likes to remind me. That is the order of squads tomorrow. CAB, and then for tomorrow will be the waiting game for many. Some will, obviously, everyone controls their own destiny, but that last squad certainly will have the opportunity to punch their own ticket, or in many cases, unfortunately, bowl themselves out of the number as well. So we look forward to that tomorrow. But first things first, lots of bowling. And, of course, lots of giveaways. Last night we made history. On Bowl TV, we gave away a 50-inch television. We're going to do that again today. So we'll give away some Apple AirPods, 2 pair of Apple AirPods, 1 this morning, 1 this afternoon. And then tonight, we will give away a 50-inch television. How about that?
I mean, I'm jealous.
Yeah, congratulations to our winners. We had, let's see, we had
Jasmine
won.
And Lisa Devereaux.
Lisa.
I just remember the last name because it was so Louisiana. I don't even know if that's where you're from, Lisa, but the Devereaux last name, I'm a fan of those type of spellings and pronunciations, I guess.
And Steve Curlis won a 50-inch television. So our first 3 winners of Bowl TV giveaways here this week at the U.S. Open.
And just to kind of bring you all up to speed on some of the numbers from yesterday in case you went to bed early and haven't looked yet this morning. What happened yesterday morning held true throughout the day. Jason Belmonte and Bill O'Neill, 1-2 at plus 177 and 171. Zach Doty, however, out of Nassau, New York, shot 733 for the back 3 games last night to get to plus 162. So Zach starts the day with a 166. So minus 34 after game 1 and gets to 162 after 8 games last night. Chris Barnes and Sean Maldonado and Marshall Kent round out your top 5. Maldonado and Kent tied for 5th place. So 5 of your 6 in the top 6, all coming from A squad. Oscar Palermo from B squad right here in front of us was 7th at plus 89. Thomas Larson plus 84. Joe Pelusek plus 81. And Dick Allen plus 73. That is your top 10. Your 24th place number, which is the cut for match play, Michael Martell at plus 33. That's a 204.13 average. And then the first cut number that a lot of players are looking at, 36th place, which is your cut for a check and for the cashers round on Monday morning. 36th place is actually right in front of us. Tim Pfeiffer, plus 9, a 201.13 average. as I was laying in bed last night, just kind of recapping the day in my mind, a lot of U.S. Open-ish things happened yesterday. From the defending champion taking 2 out of a full rack on our featured pair. We had 2 balls. Somehow one of them escaped the ball return shoot. The other one bounced off the curtain and came over the sweep that came back down the lane at us. We had a player leave a 5-7-10 on the high end of the house. And shooting a split, we had a player have a ball get stuck on his hand and go about 15 feet in the air. It was a very U.S. Open-ish day, and I'm hoping that things calm down a little bit today here for round 2.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. If we're at the U.S. Open, I want U.S. Open-ish things to happen every day.
Do you?
Yes. I want the event knows that we're here. It's also getting close to Halloween. So spooky things might happen.
It's just a shame the show isn't on Halloween.
Ghoulish Goblins, of course last year it was. Ghoulish Goblins. I know folks feel different about Halloween, so I also know a lot of people thoroughly love Halloween. Where are you falling at?
I wish I had more time to enjoy it. I don't know if I said this on the PTQ broadcast or not, but I'm one of those people who, in August or September, I'll look at my friends and go, man, I know exactly what I'm going to be for Halloween. I got this great idea. And then all of a sudden, it's October 27th, and I've got to work the next 6 days. And there's no Halloween parties to go to because I'm working. I don't have a costume. All that's left at the costume places are princesses and bears and really bad-looking SpongeBob outfits. There's nothing you can wear. I don't have the DIY gene.
Okay.
To do it myself, to make my own outfits, so.
Me neither. That's funny.
I do enjoy when I am home to do this, to hand out candy, though.
I can't remember the last time I actually had a costume.
Yeah, neither can I.
I might have to go back to childhood, honestly. I got out of Halloween pretty early. Not that I don't like it, just from the costume portion of it, the actual dress up. The last memory of Halloween that I can actually recall, I was pretty sure I was Michelangelo because that was my favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. There's so many cool things that you'd love to be now as an adult. I know
See, I was a Leonardo guy.
Okay.
I like the swords.
Well, I loved pizza. So did Michelangelo.
When you first said Michelangelo, I was thinking, of course, he picks the turtle that eats all the time.
Yes, that 100%. We said this yesterday, and early 4 or 5 frames in, and I think when you see strikes today, it's not unexpected. Strings, especially.
No.
Not an unexpected thing. Today is, yesterday you had to make shots. You had to really leave some things that were makeable. Certainly, if you got to a pair or you found the right angle to get to the 1-3 and also carry, then you were, Jason Belmonte, Bill O'Neill, and Zach Doty looked really good. When you went home yesterday, of course, we watched him, speaking of Zach, 25 and 26, or 23 and 24. I don't remember which one. I think it was 23 and 24.
It was.
We were commenting on the angle that he was playing, and which I think is, in comparison, a bigger ball. Until he came down on 25 and 26, had ball down, same area of the lane, and somehow, and I think he increased his ball speed because he was getting that thing down the lane, but was able to carry, and it was impressive to watch last night. So if you were one of those 3 players somehow doing what they were able to do, it's pretty impressive stuff to get to that type of number on that pattern.
Yeah, only 9 players yesterday were north of 210 average, and 3 of them were north of 220. I mean, that's those kind of numbers on that pattern.
And even, of course, Chris Barnes, Sean Maldonado, and Marshall Kent, just to get to plus 100. Old school Thomas Larson and Joey Pants were in the 80s. And as you mentioned, Dick Allen 10th at plus 73. So really all of those players, and you can keep going down the list, had really good days. And again, thinking about what was on the lanes yesterday. But I think overall it's a, we talked about people leaving here and just wanting to get a nap. I left here just hurting for some of these players, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, we discussed how physically taxing what they were doing yesterday is, on their hands, their wrists, their elbows, backs, knees. I mean, just everything. There isn't a part of your body that isn't exhausted when you get done with doing what they did for 8 games yesterday.
Andres Gomez, at some point, he came across our featured pairs yesterday. We were commenting on his ability to get to the 1-3. Didn't have any major loft, really, if any. Yesterday's pattern, unforced error right there in frame number 6. As we watch Tom Smallwood on the 3-bagger here.
Yeah, Andres yesterday only had 2 games under 200, a 194 and a 179, so really nothing bad yesterday. But outside of a 235, nothing else was above 218, so he was very consistent, finished the day plus 49, sitting in 20th position. So a good day 1, I would say, for Gomez.
Hello to, again, everyone in the chat and watching this morning on Bowl TV, our broadcast simulcast to Flow Bowling. And so thank you, and hello to all of the Flow Bowling viewers as well. We appreciate you tuning in. He encourages you also, you get a chance, go ahead and check out Bowl TV as well for additional content. And opportunities, of course, to win some giveaways, win some prizes here on Bowl TV. Let's see. There is at least one player with the front 7, looks like, on 35 and 36.
That is going to be Simonson.
We talked about Simonson's versatility yesterday, and he can play really any part of the lane. So we'll keep an eye on Simo's day. We're seeing some urethane go down the lane. Oh, roll for Martin Larson. No. Early front 8. For Anthony Simonson. By the way, good morning, Hosan, Jennifer. Jeff. And everyone else who decided to get on up early. Well, it's early on the East Coast, so we know that means it's, especially in this country, it's early. On the West Coast, there's still some folks who are still sleeping. Those of you who happen to be up on the West Coast, well, hello.
Well, there are some people over where Hosan's at that are finishing up dinner right now.
That is correct. That's when we always see Hosan when he's up. Patrick Gerard is off to a good start, just to our right, front 4, 9 spare strike, 9 spare.
Well, you can tell that Mr. Aaron Smith had his coffee this morning because he's dropping foreign languages in the chat.
Is he really?
Talking about Joey Pants' pants. They said they're green. Aaron drops muy verde.
Jeff, I did not get the Dunkin' this morning. I had every intention to. But basically when when you're at the US Open, and you have these dreams of getting some coffee or of your choice, there's a trade-off, because either you've got to wake up earlier to spend the time to go get the coffee, or use the time that you would have woke up earlier to go get the coffee and utilize that to continue to sleep.
Just 15 minutes.
It does wonders for you. And so I chose the latter today.
I'll tell you one thing I've started
Tomorrow
doing.
might be different.
One thing I've started doing, and I'll do it especially in a situation like this where it's long days, short nights, is our alarms are set for about 5:30, 5:45. So I'll set an alarm for 5:15. So when it goes off and I wake up, I go, oh man, I still got 30 minutes left.
You like to give the mental illusion.
Yes.
That's good. The brain, the mind is very, very powerful.
Plus, after 33 plus years on this planet, I know darn well I'm not getting up on the first alarm. I don't need you guys beating down my hotel room door at 6:20. Me still in bed.
We will do what we have to do.
Jeff, I was ready to get that blueberry crisp latte.
I might be in a better position tomorrow. Tonight is my kind of half night off, if you will. So.
Yeah, because I left last night after Game 4 of the night block, and you're going to do that tonight.
Front 9 for Anthony Simons. That is on, again, 35 and 36 if you'd like to open up a new tab, or if you're watching on mobile, switch on over to that channel for a bit. And have a chance at the first 300 of the tournament. I think no matter what he shoots this game, I think there will be plenty of opportunity. We may see several of those types of scores today, which then would make things a bit more interesting tomorrow, because some people have enjoyed this pattern in the past. This one very similar to the pattern 4, I believe, last year, where Jacob Buttroff was just dominant. And for Jacob, this one actually couldn't come at a better time. He struggled yesterday, and this looks like a chance for him to pick up some pins today as well.
Yeah, that was kind of, unfortunately for Jacob, almost the, story 1B from yesterday. Story 1A was just how tough the lanes were. Story 1B was, right now, I mean, the numbers don't lie. Jacob is second to last after first day. And we all know that out on tour, Jacob throws primarily urethane and has done very well with it. And then every week he's home, I see him posting about the shooting 300 with resin back home. So it's not like he can't throw one or the other.
Sure.
But to only check in one resin ball, when I first heard that, I thought, that might not be the best, but he can do a lot of things with urethane, but it really handicapped him yesterday. High flush hit for Simo in the 10th, carries it.
Young Danimal. I'm going to go down and get some IG content real quick.
Head on down. Leave that black cloud here. Looks like Simo from this angle, he's throwing urethane. Looks to be a pitch black. Head on over to the 35 through 38 channel and take a look at this. He's about to step up on the approach for the 11th shot. And came up just short. Oh, that looks like he got 4. I'm seeing at least a 3, 6, 9, 10 and a 4 pin. So possibly a 7 pin in there as well. As Emil suits back up, what happened?
4 through the middle. He is playing the gutter though with urethane, just to give some information to the folks for those who may not have watched it.
Did you get a good look at his shot?
Yes.
Did it look like the ball misbehaved, or was it a bad shot?
It didn't look like a bad shot.
Okay. Because his body language off his hand didn't look like he disliked it.
It did not look like a bad shot. I will say this: I didn't see his first shot, so I can't say I don't have anything to compare it to.
From this angle, and now we're behind 24-25, and they're down on 37 and 38, or 35 and 36, excuse me. But from this angle, it looked like it kind of caved in the 4-7. So his 10th shot looked really high flush.
And maybe when I saw it go through the nose, I did begin my turn back to this direction. So if pins fell, I did not see them. But it did go through the face.
He got 3 on the conversion attempt for a nice 281.
How about that?
And I was, as we mentioned, I was gone midway through the last block, but I saw somebody in the chat say Simo shot around 130 at some point last night, so he just got back all of those pins and a few on top of it. Ball comes up a little flat on the back end for Larson. You will hear us harp on this a little bit. We did yesterday, and we will today, and probably tomorrow. A very well bowled game by Martin Larson. This 10-pin pending. Don't want to count my chickens before they hatch here. But thus far, a clean game, going to be in the 190s. Not going to give back very many pins to the field. Larson in 46th position after yesterday, went minus 17 on that brutal 45-foot flat pattern. Converts that 10-pin, no problem. Just off to our right, Patrick Gerard's going to be in the 230s. Charles Bostic, a couple of strikes here, 6th through the 10th frames. Can get into the 220s. Charles is the one player in the field after day one. After day one, there's two players. There's one player who has nowhere to go but up, and there's one player who has nowhere to go but down. And unfortunately, Charles struggled a bit yesterday in the bottom of the standings. But, hey, 210, 211 is a good way to start day two.
Especially considering his start. Now I'm talking about just in this game.
Yeah, shot a bucket in the first frame and picked the 248 out of it, left the 5-pin, then left another bucket, and I'm guessing he adjusted on the spare attempt, and the ball didn't quite get there, and kicked the 2 around the 4-8 and sent the 5 straight back, leaving the 4-8. Doubled, missed a single pin, and then struck from there on out until a 210 here.
I mean, just invaluable experience right now for Charles at 17.
Tommy Jones over to our left, a chance to be in the 260s, but a 6-9-10 in the 10th will drop his max score into the mid-240s, possible 246 on a spare and strike in the 10th for Jones. So a 199 for Duke with 2 splits. One in the middle, one at the end of the game, 5th frame, 9th frame. Tim Pfeiffer going to be in the 180s after a 1 split in the 4th. Again, Larson clean 198, so already we're not seeing, as many 160s or 170s out there, but I'm certainly not seeing as many strikes as I thought I might see early on today. Players may possibly still feeling the effects of yesterday. I'd like to welcome in a couple new foursomes to the pair. Some players we did see yesterday on 25 and 26. Throwing a shot right now. Verity Crawley, no surprise. She shot 234 game 1 after watching her throw that urethane ball in the PTQ to a massive amount of success out on the gutter. Joined by Ronnie Russell, Osku Palermo, and John Fury. Osku led this squad yesterday at plus 89. Ronnie was 5th at plus 59. Verity was 9th on the squad in a two-way tie for 9th at plus 11. 23 and 24 will feature Francois Lavoie, Nick Pate, Connor Pickford, and Hunter Kempton.
Last time we saw Hunter Kempton, he was showing us how he does it when he's got to play in. 3-step yesterday, a cradle with a couple warm-ups, and then he was off to the races. And now today you get the chance to see his versatility. I watched him doing his one practice shot and just a bit over the practice range this morning, and he looked to be playing out as well. Looks like he's moved in just a touch.
Oh, yeah. Already a couple of players that are playing in, where on the last game there was pretty much everybody was out. Nick Pate playing the outside part of the lane. Gets the ball to curl the back end. And here already you're seeing the versatility of this pattern. As Ronnie Russell and Hunter Kempton playing in around third arrow, Francois Lavoie, Connor Pickford, Nick Pate playing further out, and John Fury, his one shot that I just saw in 25. Ball was kind of like 9-4. 9 at the arrows, out to about 4. So playing a break point a little bit further out, but at the arrows, he's a little bit further left.
Michael Martell is a devoted friend, teammate, because he bowled last night. I think he was on the C squad. He's here this morning watching his friend Justin, the principal. Well,
the Verity squeak.
the squeak and the, I'm not saying it's not definitely the same by any means, but she was able to utilize urethane. Good shot there from Kempton. Able to use urethane in the PTQ. Speaking of Crawley, and so far is using it here on this pattern, and it started with the front three. But seeing a lot of urethane go down the lane, and again, not something that we didn't expect to see from just talking about urethane. It's become such a topic in the sport, and even to the likes of, I've seen stuff about, is it good, is it bad? Seems like a tool to me. Not in a negative way. But a tool if used properly.
And that's the problem right there.
Yeah, if used properly. I think you do have to know what you're doing. Have a goal that you're trying to accomplish and not just strike. I think, there may be some misinformed bowlers out there about urethane. I'm very curious, actually. So I think, if you notice, I've been talking about bowling a lot this last couple of weeks. Not because this is my job, it's what we do.
That's kind of where I was going.
Personally, though, when I'm talking like, I think I may want to try out let's go drill a urethane ball. I just want to see what would happen.
Time to wake up. I think you would really enjoy the motion. So long as you had a pattern that it was, it matched up on. It was appropriate for. It absolutely simplifies things for the player. Higher rev players started throwing it. Really became prevalent about 4 or 5 years ago on short patterns because they couldn't keep resin on the right side of the lane, and they struggled and they struggled and they struggled. They just started drilling urethane balls, and it allows them to play further out of the lane and not have to alter their game. Take hand out of it, throw it harder.
Did you know, Daniel Ferris, which you probably do, that Nick Pate has 2 siblings?
I know because I've watched Lauren on tour. I didn't know about the second, though.
Has a younger brother, Josh, who's actually the twin of Lauren. Josh went to, or competed collegiately for Wisconsin Whitewater. Wrapped 10 for Crawley. And I believe still there. I saw him in Milwaukee. That looked to be in a coaching role. I'm pretty sure. I think he had. I'm gonna say he had used up eligibility from that standpoint last year. But yeah, I met them like 3 years ago at this point. One of the coolest stories I've ever written.
What stood out from that interview or that meeting? What was what would made it cooler? Just the fact that it's a bowling family and.
Well, one, I knew about Nick because he was really starting to come into his own at Midland. And actually Midland, what year was that? I think they made the show and finished second. But I was like, okay. Talk about Nick and Lauren was, I think, a freshman at this point, or sophomore at McKendree. So here's a brother sister both bowling collegiately, and then their parents really actually was what did it, Debbie and Mike. They would have to pick and choose which events to go to, right? Because you imagine the parents in that situation and trying to figure it all out. A lot of times, one would go here and then the other would go support the other. And then I find out that Lauren actually has a twin, which puts the story, in a different stratosphere. Because all of a sudden now, and at the time, Josh had decided to go to Wisconsin Whitewater. He was on the JV team and was working his way up, and then, all of a sudden, boom, he becomes an All-American next season. So it's cool stuff. So when I first really met them, and then it's for the USBC Insider at the time in Bowler's Journal. And look at that.
Yeah.
That's Mr. or Mrs. Pate, one of the other. And there it is. Aaron always keeps me honest. Everyone needs them in Aaron Smith. This looks fun to bowl on, I'm not gonna lie.
These players know if one area of the lane doesn't work, they have one or maybe two other areas they can move to. It's kind of a catch-22. It's a good feeling because you know that if where you're at isn't working, you're not locked into that area of the lane like yesterday. But then you've go, okay, well, I got choices now. I got to make sure I don't pick the wrong one.
I just think being on something that, for the majority, like we said, these players will be comfortable and a bit more relaxed as opposed to yesterday, which theoretically might help you make good shots when you're a bit more relaxed and comfortable. Don't push. The Pates are watching, both parents. I believe I will be at team trials. Pretty sure it's on my schedule. Of course, that's all the way in 2020, which is only a few days away, kinda, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't
really
know how
is.
it happened.
Especially when you think about it, like from the schedule perspective, you go, okay, we got about 5 events left maybe this year, and once that's over, it's 2020, and it's gonna go by pretty quick. We should just go ahead and call this day Pick Up Pins Day.
Seems a little long, but I get what you're going for.
It's not a hashtag, like you wouldn't want it as a hashtag because it is long, but Definitely a lot to look forward to in 2020. It's just obviously a new year, a new decade.
Uh-oh.
Actually, this event will be moved up. Actually, will take place in February 2020. Speaking of the U.S. Open. It will actually be at Sun Valley Lanes. I'll give you the exact dates. I believe it's February 16th through the 23rd. Of course, Sun Valley going through right now the renovation they are adding on to their facility. John Lucido, the proprietor, is actually here working the U.S. Open this week. Oliver Duke just left a nasty 8-pin that wiggled and looked at him on lane 30. Yep, February 16th through the 23rd. At Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Nice. Nearly 4. But now 5. For Hunter Kempton.
That 4-8 that Nick is shooting, that's just one of those spares that's begging to be chopped. Hook a little bit. Nice.
Nice conversion.
Good. I'm not a fan of the 4-8. Just I don't like that spare.
Have you had some bad experiences?
Nothing that's cost me like a tournament, but it's just every time I leave it, it seems like I chop it. It's rare to leave it. It's one of those sports shot leaves. It's not something you see in league. And typically I don't create a lot of angle that's going to leave something, hit the pocket in a way that's going to be light and get and leave the 4-8. I just don't like it.
It's good. We're getting it out. You need to express these emotions.
Air your grievances.
I do have a question for you though, Danny.
Yo.
One, do we have any new scores?
We don't have them scrolling in the building, which would lead me to believe we don't have them online. So
okay.
No, not yet.
All right. Second question. Are you looking for some new bowling gear?
Always.
Okay, that's a good answer. I'm glad you said that. Because if you're like Daniel and you're looking for some new bowling gear, then you need to head on over to the USBC Bowling Store. And specifically, USBCBowlingStore.com, the official store of the United States Bowling Congress. And then I'll give you some bonus information. If you like the PWBA, and you need some new PWBA gear. Christmas is coming up for both of these places, folks, so you want to give some good gifts. USBCBowlingStore.com and ShopPWBA.com. Check out those places. Get some cool gifts. Get something for yourself. I'm going to do the same thing. Good shot there for Hunter.
To put a bow on my gripe session, I've left the 4-8 4 times in the last 3 months, and I've made it 3 of them.
So that right there is a very Daniel Farish thing you just told me. Because you had proof, because you kept the stats, because you like numbers. If someone said, hey, what's a Daniel Farish thing? I would describe something just like that. Not what Mr. Kempton did. He'll have to shake that off in the 7th frame.
That's going to be one of those internal thoughts. Come on, man. You can make a 3, 4, 6, 7, 10, but you can't make a 10 pin.
Yeah, you can beat yourself up over that. But in this, it's important to just quickly move on as best as possible, as quick as possible. Francois, 6 out of 7. That group that just continues to emerge on the PBA Tour. Pickford. It's a very nice shot there from Connor. A local product from Charlotte. Connor was in the DFW area for a little bit. You should see him every now and then at the ITRC.
I know if I lived down there, that's where I'd be a lot.
It is a place to be. Even for those, actually, that's a really good point. If you don't know and you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, or you really anywhere near the area that's drivable or close to you, or if you just wanted to take a flight out, that is a facility that is open to the public. Sometimes I feel that not enough people know that. So you can come in, you can get a lesson, of course, but you can also, practice on some patterns and some conditions as well. A lot of times the ITRC will run kind of sport practice type specials.
A poll in the chat from Aaron Smith.
My man.
I'm sad that I just saw that. I would have voted and said no. I mean, as far as our conversation, we have moved on, but as far as my relationship with that conversion.
Make up and move on.
Get over.
That's fantastic. What's up, Sal? Justin's got a 10-hour workday today. Well,
Oh, man.
I do hope that goes by relatively quick for you. We'll try to do what we can to help you with that.
I can guarantee you we'll be here for the entirety of it.
Oh,
Ooh.
almost. Right now, just like clockwork
Yes, absolutely.
for Francois. Shot repeatability on point.
Both Ronnie and Verity with a chance to get into the 240s. Flat 10 going to stop Ronnie in his tracks, looking at a possible 226. Verity, however, first shot in the 10th. She can punch out here for 244. Half 10 for Verity.
Three, 5, 6. Hossein, are you left-handed? Also, no news on the Tour Championship as of yet, but when there is news, that will certainly be announced.
Simo just threw the first one in the 10th to get into the 250s. Down on 17 and 18. Double 9-spare, 9-spare. Strikes the rest of the way. So 281 his first game on the front 10. And now he's looking to put up at least going to be in the 250s. Possible 268. Oh, recover. Wow. I guess you talk enough about something, and it shows itself.
Not gonna lie, when you were talking about it, I just couldn't quite picture it in my head at that moment. Like 4-8. And now there's several. One a bit worse than the other. That was Hunter's. Yes, this is extremely choppable. I don't have the relationship certainly that you have. I used to go through a little bugaboo when I'd shoot 4.7s, and I would chop the 4 a lot.
Yeah, because you shot the 4.7 pretty straight, so you would chop the 4 straight back.
And I had a little bit of backup, and on certain patterns, and I didn't use plastic, so on certain patterns you could see the ball start to pick up.
Sonic X.
Yes. I feel like I made it more with that ball. I remember a few Open Championships, for example, which, generally on something pretty demanding, but at the end of the pattern you could see some friction, and all of a sudden it's like it's going straight, and then it's slowly backing up, and then it picks up into a roll, and then there's the 4. I did it like 3 times in a set.
One of the best bowlers we both know. Guys, he's won at least one regional. I think more. won a lot of big tournaments in the St. Louis area since relocating from Pennsylvania. Used to sub himself out in college for 3/610s. Shea Bittenbender.
That is so weird to think about now.
One of the best players I know. And he was one of the best players on the team. Would sub himself out for 3/610s.
Everybody's got that spare. Right now, Francois has got the look.
Yeah.
He's in the 260s currently.
Every now and then a player has that spare, and every now and then those pins have that Francois.
Ooh. Francois is a vibe. He's a vibe. In general, he's a vibe. Definitely right now.
Where it's like a state of mind.
Yeah, like he is a vibe. Just watch him.
Oh, shoot.
He's won this event. Shot 300 on television. He's look solid right now. He looked solid, to be honest, yesterday too.
Yep, he's going to be plus 90 on the day after this conversion. They did just update scores after game one this morning, but we'll give it a little bit and see if they... Oh no, Connor. Well, that's going to happen every now and then. You're playing the gutter. 1-2. 1-2 isn't exactly the area to be. You want to be more like 4-5. And if you hit that 1-2 at any discernible angle, things going in the gutter. Did have 5 players north of 230 that first game. Simonson 281, Stu Williams 266, Tommy Jones 245, Patrick Gerard 235, and Verity 234.
Don't forget, folks, although our schedule has been a bit disjointed this year, we have had a few episodes of Earl's Journey to 900 Season 2 on Bowl TV. So be on the lookout for the next episode as we continue Earl's Journey. We were talking about Wes Malott last night, and to date, the leader in the clubhouse in regards to what Earl has done and what he has produced on the lanes. High 7 and a couple 800 series. Wes Malott, and I learned a lot about Wes during that time. So you can check out old episodes and this year's all on bowltv.com. Well, while we have a few moments, it's U.S. Open time, of course, and we've talked about a few moments in time. Here's one that incredibly memorable, and not for the reasons that you may think. Take a look.
Single pin spare, misses it! He missed it! And Duke has won the US Open. That is why you bowl every frame.
Doesn't quite get much more memorable in the way that you don't think than that. That one still, even when I see that clip, and I've seen it a couple times, certainly leading up to this event, that's still a wow moment. Certainly one of the more, if you want to call it iconic, that could be a stretch. But memorable, certainly, as we welcome Chris Loschetter, Walter Ray Williams Jr., Michael Coffey, and Ryan Winters to the pair, and then to our right, Cody Shoemaker, Anthony Simonson, Stu Williams, and Justin Tuttle. So Simonson has turned the corner with 538. So we could see our first honor score of some kind potentially this game, whether it's 12 in a row or an 800 series. Well, the first 3 games today. talked to Michael Coffey last night, and he was still here watching the final squad. But I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Learning." And he was looking at particular players and releases and wrist motion and working in his brain and saying, "Yeah, that's what I need to add to my game. I think if I had a little bit more of that, I would have been able to do a little bit more of this." Speaking of yesterday's path. So a young player who had tremendous success collegiately and even prior in his youth days. And now you're hearing players, especially young players, all the time. I talked to Matt Kuba last night about bowling out here on tour, the learning experience, and he said because these guys are really good. And it's one of those things, if we sit and watch and we try to obviously bring the action to you as well. But as a player, you're trying to go up against these cats. You see it up close in person. And sometimes it's a bit of a different ball game. And young players kind of get that nudge, and they know the experience, and so all of the learning that they are trying to do and are doing. Really. It was to the point I was like, "Well, what time you bowl tomorrow?" He's like, "I bowl the early squad." I'm like, "Well, you should go home." It was like 10:20. He's like, "Really?" I didn't realize that much time had passed. I'm like, "Oh," he was like, "Okay, you're right." I'm gonna watch a couple more frames and I'm gonna leave.
Whatever it takes to get better. I don't know that I personally would sacrifice sleep, but, and that's not a criticism, that's just, I need a lot of sleep. If you can operate on, 6 hours of sleep, hey, I'm envious of you.
Yeah, I think
6-7 hours.
I think he literally was so intent and focused on trying to add something to his game by watching that he literally just lost track of time. And a player like him, and talking to Michael, I could certainly see. Yeah, but I think we've all done it. The old backup at the 310. When we're focused, and I think this is true to really anyone, if your focus is that serious, that high intensity type focus, it's easy to lose track of time. Oh! Didn't see many breaks like that yesterday. So.
No, we did not.
Thank you, Saturday, October 26th, 2019.
Oh, peel ball. Well, probably should have stayed out there.
just got a quick update from Michael, because after that shot, he looked at me and he kind of referenced basically what we just talked about, as if he knew I was talking about. But he is trying to get his wrist essentially to remain in a locked position, not necessarily cupped, but just a locked position. Sometimes on his way down, his wrist can what's the word I like to use, because I used to do it. I think we've all probably done it at some
break
point,
back.
but it will break. Yes, thank you. It'll be very quick, but it's just enough to potentially sometimes be inconsistent on certain lane conditions where you don't have any room for error, for example. He said that last shot he really felt like he was able to remain in the same position from start to finish. He even said he might even have to, train with like a Robbie wrist brace, for example. But that's the example or one example of a young player really understanding what's needed, what's necessary.
What he's saying right now is when he can keep his wrist firm and doesn't break down, it gets the ball to go through the pins, to drive through the pins the way we just saw in lane 24, as opposed to when the wrist breaks back, it doesn't quite have that drive on the back part of the lane.
I mean, that's really good stuff, right? Not only, obviously, he's the one that's working because he's trying to make a living, right? And to be the best he can be on a tour that is full of the best. But to then, just kind of to be able to bring that information to you, the viewer. So now you can watch Michael Coffey and, even get to a point where you say, okay, I know exactly what they're talking about. I saw him do this. That one, man, maybe not so much, which is what he just said.
Well, I know exactly what he's going through, because when I was a younger player, the issues that I had with my wrist, it wasn't about breaking it, because my wrist is always firm, but it was when I would push it away, I would roll my wrist out, which would get me on the inside of the ball, which is being on the inside of the ball is not a bad thing, unless that's where you don't want to be on that shot. When I wanted to stay more behind it, and I rolled that wrist, I rolled the ball out, and my wrist got on the inside, my hand got on the inside of the ball, it changed the ball rotation. And then the ball does something different in an area of the lane that you didn't want it to do that in. So I've always got to focus, make sure my wrist stays in the right position. Left to right, more so than flexing it front to back.
This is Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you tuning in. This is Bowl TV simulcast to Flow Bowling. Throughout the week, my name is Emil Williams Jr., joined by Daniel Farish, Aaron Smith on the ones and twos, Jason Thomas, Matt Cannizzaro here with us. Big shout out to just everyone from a tournament staff perspective. And that is from the USBC, BPAA, PBA, of course, Kirk Von Kruger from PBA, longtime tournament director. Greg Moore, handling things from the tournament department here for USBC. Daniel Farish has opened a bag of trail mix, and you can just smell it. It's a good thing. Excellent shot there for Coffey.
When I came and visited you at the U.S. Women's Open at Texas Station, that was the first time I kind of got to see you in your element. And you said you always got to be snacking. I think
Vital.
you had an apple or a banana there at in your booth.
It is vital for long days. Because just like the player, someone asked if they get a chance to eat, right? I mean, we're not bowling, obviously, and theoretically we could get up and leave and eat whenever we wanted, theoretically. But we don't want to do that too many times because we enjoy talking to you, and most of the time you enjoy listening. Having said that, you can't just go out and go get yourself a 3-course meal and sit and eat it from time to time. So, big meals aren't always good, but small meals I've learned, and mainly certainly snacking throughout the day, is a good thing.
Yeah, I think the food we ordered between the afternoon and evening blocks yesterday, we finished like game 3 or 4.
Which is very common.
Yeah.
It's very common. I ordered some. Yeah, it took me 2 games to go eat that food after you ordered it for me. And that was towards the end of the break. Received the food about, 5 minutes before the block started.
We did.
And 2 games later, then I finally go eat it. And then you eat it quick. And it probably is not good for the digestive system. And
No, we can't worry about our health this week. Look, I didn't worry about throwing McDonald's in my stomach 15 minutes before I went to bed last night.
You have to. Or my wife's going to call you.
I don't want that phone call.
I've become an extension of her on tour. I do the same thing to Aaron.
So kind of going back to what Michael was talking about with focusing on his wrist, and I kind of joined in on that on what my bugaboo is. What is one thing when you're bowling you have to focus on personally for yourself?
That's a great question. And the reason why it's a great question is because there could be multiple answers. And right now, in my present state, I have no idea. Because there's too many things to focus on, because I'm that out of shape, if you will, out of bowling shape. Let's just say, when I was consistently bowling, I would say my push away, because I developed a horrific habit of pushing out, and for me, which meant pushing to the right. And so then I developed this figure 8 type backswing. And if you have worked on things and trying to fix things in your game, of course you know for a fact, as Chris Loschetter, big double, you know that it is sometimes very difficult to feel what it is that's bothering you or hindering your game. And so for the longest time, I did not feel it, but of course, that's where having another set of eyes, like we've talked about, coach, friend, video, whatever that is, to help you see those things. And so now, I guess I would say even now, subconsciously, I'm always thinking about where my swing is going, where my push away is going. Because I know if it's in a good position, I'll be in a better position at the end or at the bottom of the swing. The second thing would be footwork. I tend to have a nice little long but left to the left second step, and so when I do go to work, which is not often in the bowling side of things, I'm also looking at footwork, trying to always quote unquote correct it, if you will.
Okay. One thing I was taught at a young age is that every style of game, every player has one fault that is built into their game, a natural fault that they will always have to pay attention to. For me, it was whenever I pushed the ball away, I would follow it with my chest, and I would follow it down, and then I get to the foul line, and I would pop up. So I've always, for the last 20 years of my super competitive bowling, that's one thing I've always, if I feel out of whack, I go, okay, am I following the ball? And just from listening to you, probably with you, it's probably your push away.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of that too. I get it. The body wants to certainly follow the push away. I can definitely understand that. What a shot,
man!
Low shot.
Yeah, split the 8-9. There was a lot of doubt on his
Chris.
sixth frame shot. There was no doubt on that one. Man.
Matt Canizaro's had some really good Chris Loschetter stories. They used to bowl together as youth bowlers in Florida. And I believe Mrs. Loschetter, Chris's mom, used to run a fantastic youth program.
Out of the corner of my eye, just throughout our conversations and kind of watching Michael.
Wow.
I couldn't say this at a better time. I've been watching Simo after going front 10 and then 250 last game. And he just looks he's looked uncomfortable even since the first strike and in the first frame. He has not had a good hold, a good grip on this pair. There you go, Michael.
See a lot of spare 4 or 5 baggers out right now along the concourse. Ryan Winters. He's wrapping up his career at Wisconsin Whitewater, I believe. Former Junior Team USA member. Yep, this is Ryan's senior season.
I was afraid those first 3 frames for Stu, we were going to see the same single pin issue he had when he was on 23 and 24 last night, or yesterday afternoon. I'm glad to see he's put 3 strikes in the back end of those 3 single pins.
Yeah, his carry was bad.
He was talking to us about it before the block started, and he said, I almost kind of didn't want to strike because then it would ruin all the fun we were having. And as he was walking away, he mentioned the 5-pin and Stu turned on. He said, yeah, that one about sent me over the edge. And we just now have literally as I was staring at the screen, an update through 10 games for this, excuse me, for this block. Joe Pelusic is now the new leader on the block, plus 118. Simonson at plus 106. You got to think that number going to come down after this game. Francois, plus 101. Osku plus 97. Ronnie Russell plus 72. Verity's at plus 63. Sean Rash plus 62. Norm Duke plus 51. And rounding up the top 10 of this block, Nick Pate at plus 48. And Tommy Jones at plus 45. As far as their integration into the main field, simply looking by average. Right now, Palusek would be in 7th, Simo in 8th, and Francois in 10th. 14 players of the 48 in this squad are plus. Last 4 players, Andres Gomez plus 38, AA Andrew Anderson plus 27, Brad Miller plus 8, and Patrick Girard plus 6. Low shutter just on the cusp, minus 18 coming into this game. Plus 8 on the day. And yet another 4-8 on 23 and 24. Walter Ray opens up uses the can opener on the pocket on that shot, comes back, flexes a little bit. Morning, Chris. We were wondering when you were going to get here. So you slept in on this good Saturday morning.
Good for him.
Just off to our left, Machuga. Max score 266 out there. Brad Miller, max score 268. Sima moved away from the urethane, made a move left, ball change. Walter Ray plus 9 today, a chance to shoot 238. Needs a couple shots here in the 10th, however, to get there. Low shutter again plus 8. He can get to 221, which would put him plus for the tournament. He's minus 18 overall coming into this game. Looks a little long. Looks really long. That would be the second 5-count washout for Loesch this game. Machuga off to our left. Wraps a 10 in the 9th. Brad Miller struck in the 9th, so still a chance for 260 out there for Brad Miller. just about gets it. And drops Loesch to +3 on the day, plus or minus 23 overall. Meanwhile, down on 29 and 30. Make that 31 and 32. Francois Lavoie, spare 8-bagger.
What did he have? He shot 260 over here, right? 250? No, 260.
$65. Get out there. Ah. $19 and 20, A.J. Johnson, strike spare, 5-bagger. He'll step up in the 10th, a chance for 260 even.
Daniel, did you you probably talked about the scoring pace already, right?
I think we've touched on it. It's certainly higher than yesterday.
I know. I saw Chris Axe. That wasn't.
Oh.
That was out of the loop working on something else real quick.
Oh, yes. Got Frankie down there.
The pace overall is conducive to more strikes. The pattern is conducive to more strikes today. So I would definitely imagine overall it'll definitely be tons higher.
Oh! Gary Faulkner shooting the 3, I think about this, 3-6-7, and kicked the 3 behind the 7, and then it came out from the shaker board and knocked the 7 forward.
Simo, don't know which frame, but made the switch to some resin.
It was either the 6th or 7th, because I saw the shot in the set. He threw resin in the 7th, but I didn't see what the 6th frame was. I know it was it was urethane because it was a 4-9. So he made the switch in the 7th. Michael Coffey, very nice 238 game. Gets him back to plus on the day. A.J. Johnson gets double in the 10th. That puts him in the 250s. A strike in the field puts him at 260 even. Meanwhile, Brad Miller got the first one in the 10th. That puts him in the 250s. Striking out would give him 268. Take a look at Brad right here. Little bonus coverage from 19 through 22. He steps off. We'll see A.J. Johnson go. .259, A.J. plus 73 on the day. Frankie, 290. Finished it off. 780 for the front three for Francois Lavoie. Chris, the scoring pace is higher. And that's not me being a smart aleck. I'm just, that's, I can easily answer your question. It didn't quite start out that way, but it has sure trended that way. Great shot for Brad, puts him in the 260s. At 150, that he'll be, strike will put him at plus 88 on the day. And EM seeing, see, Darren Tang, 267. A couple pairs to our right. I'm seeing a lot more smiles out there today.
That's important. And it just being honest as a bowler and athlete. Yesterday was tough, and we all know it. They know it. And so just to see the pins cooperate when you throw it well does wonders. Last bit of bonus coverage.
This just off to the right of where we are. Darren Tang, 267. Dallas Leong, 233. Every shot for Rash this game was either strike or 7.
Now that's not fun.
No, it's not. Strike 7 spare, strike 7-1. 3-bagger, split 7 count, missed all 3 of them. It was a 3-4-7 that he shot. And then strike in the 10th or in the 9th, excuse me, and a 2-4-7. And the 10th, 9 count on the fill, 186. Welcome to our live stream pairs for game number 4 this morning. First time we've seen these 8 players today. Over on 23 and 24, PB3, Parker Bone III, Andrew Suscriba, A.J. Johnson, and Chris Glass. And as Justin Tuttle wraps up the final shot on 25 and 26 for the 3rd game, joining us there for game 4. Mike Machuga, Michael Rubin, Bradley Miller, and AA reigning PBA Player of the Year, Andrew Anderson.
Big thanks to the PBA. Nice combo of the USBC, BPA, and PBA here at the US Open. And for all of your up-to-date details, the info you need regarding next season on the PBA Tour. That includes breaking news, schedules, ticket information, scoring from all events. Head on over to pba.com to follow the action live on the PBA network. Again, that is pba.com to follow live and, of course, on the PBA network. Shout out to Fox Sports as well and FS1. Oh yeah, game 4. Moving right along here. Our first squad of the day. not only will the scoring pace, or it has shown obviously to be higher or improved. A shot there from Ruben. But theoretically, there's a few more strikes, so the overall pace of play should improve today as well. This is day 2 B squad, game 4 of 8. Most recent Sam Ho Cup winner, AJ Johnson, originally from Oswego, Illinois. It's a suburb of Chicago, a western suburb near Aurora. We welcome you inside Victory Lanes at Mooresville, or in Mooresville, North Carolina. Brad Runaway Brooklyn on his first shot on 26. But thanks to all of our viewers here on Bowl TV and simulcast to Flow Bowl. Those of you who may be new to Bowl TV or have questions about it, well, we'd love to help you out with that. Certainly some FAQs on our website, but for the cost of an annual or monthly subscription, which is $79.95 or $9.95, again, annual and or monthly, you get access to live events, archived events, or other additional content channels, I should say. The Vault, which includes historical telecasts, like Team USA PWBA World Team Challenge, collegiate broadcasts, The Lab, where you can find great instructional content from USBC Gold coaches Rod Ross, Lou Marquez, and Stephen Padilla. Oh, wow.
He hit it?
He did. Patrick Gerard. Nicely done. I'll have to save that one for that pair over on Bowl TV. So you got The Lab. You got the video room, the coach, and hot off the press. We'll talk about those throughout the broadcast. Our backstage channel is where you can find a lot of behind-the-scenes content, some one-on-one, some fun type stuff. A lot of our most recent work, of course, came from the PWBA season. We recently chatted with Don Barrett a few days ago. Also access to some great podcasts. Shout out to Tony Franklin, Derek Hartnell, Matt McFadden, the Out of Range podcast. Some you should check out. You can only find it, though, on the Backstage channel, of course, as well. A lot of great things to do, listen, to watch. We encourage you to check it on out. 14-day free trials available with your annual or monthly subscription. So you can check it out and say, or you can check it out and say, okay, this is pretty dope. Either way, we're here for you. Let us know. To help further talk about Backstage, here's what I'll say. If you like mini golf, you can check out a mini golf session with myself and Dasha Kovalova. That's just one of the examples that are in the Backstage channel. here on Bowl TV. And if that's not all, we can also give you the opportunity to win some Apple AirPods today or a 50-inch TV. That definitely was a ball that was not hooking from there yesterday. Speaking of A.J. Johnson. I had some early video work for you on the USBC social channel, specifically Facebook right now, about Sean Rash, excuse me, working through a ball change and a very difficult 8-pin in the opening game of this round this morning. Check out, obviously, the rest of his finish here on Bowl TV.
Let's see if Chris Glass can do here what Patrick Gerard did. Leaves the 2-8-10. Gerard, first frame, over on 22 this game. Kicked the 2 over into the 10, and the 10 fell across the pin deck and into the 8. You know, it's funny. I remember the first... where I was the first time I saw someone do that. I don't know if you would remember this or not. It was on the TV show of the 2006 Intercollegiate Team Championship women's final between Lindenwood and Central Florida, and Stephanie Nation did it. Now Stephanie Johnson. But on TV, Stephanie kicked the 2 over into the 10 and the 10 into the 8.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, how about that?
Because anytime I leave a 2-8-10, I'll always think to myself, well, you've seen Stephanie do it. She's better than you, but you've seen her do it, so you can give it a run.
You know what the best part about what you just said is?
What's that?
Is that not only have you seen it, but you too, Bowl TV, can see it as well. Because that show is in the vault. Oh, it's not.
It is not. Unfortunately.
Well, it's queued up to be in the vault. I've seen it.
However, there is one show that's on there.
So we'll queue that one up. Note to self. Add to the vault.
Parker Bohm III, minus 57 on the day. Perfect. Through 4 frames. Here on 23 and 24, his 5th frame offering. Looks good, was good, just not good enough. High flush 6-pin. He'll be staring down a single pin spare conversion. Don, the way the ball check-in works here at the U.S. Open is the players select 10 bowling balls for their card, and they use those 10 balls for the 24-32. Jason Milligan explained it to me, and for some reason I've completely forgotten. On the ball check-in, there's 3 times they can check the bowling balls in. Once before qualifying starts, once before the TV show. Is the other cutoff time before the advancers round, or is it before match play?
Double check. But it is 3 times. That is correct. I think it's match play though, because that would be a different. I mean, obviously there's a cut to the cashers round,
right?
But it's one or the other because pattern 4 is for both 1, 2, 3, the cashers round and match play. After day 3, equipment registration form can be adjusted while maintaining the 10-ball maximum.
There you go. So once they are done tomorrow night, the 36 players that advance to the cashers round on Monday morning can keep their ball card the same, or they could put 10 different bowling balls on there. So the 10 they choose for qualifying, they're stuck with for 24 games, and then the 10 they choose after tomorrow night, they're stuck with for the cashers round and all of match play, and then the 5 players that make the step ladder for TV can then select 10 more bowling balls, 10 different bowling balls. That ball was right off his hand. as we're about midway through Game 4, nearing the end of Game 4, all the right-handers have pretty much migrated off the gutter. You don't really see too many people out on top of 2-3-4, 3-4-5. And at least from our viewing point here, I don't see anybody out there having the levels of success that other players are who are, left of third arrow, like Brad Miller right there. Didn't like what the ball did, but still struck. AJ Johnson left of third arrow. Pins had no chance on that shot. And Tiger Woods trying to make, as AJ Johnson's over here with a couple guys watching some of the, I think the golf is on right now. Tiger trying to make some history.
What type of history?
Well, he's leading the Zozo Championship after 36 holes. And if he wins, he ties Sam Snead for the all-time PGA Tour win list.
He's playing right now? Really?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Where is this at?
I don't know where.
I tell you what, man, the U.S. Open just takes me all out of my schedule.
Excuse me, sorry
I feel
about
like
that.
I don't know anything. Like,
Tiger. That's in, got a 2-stroke lead.
Japan?
Japan, yep.
Yeah, I feel I'm a little bit, out the loop. Wow. Had to be a very minimal miss there for him.
He should be looking at a 4-pin. I mean, a high flush 4-6, just a terrible break. Looks like we do have some scores after 11 games. No surprise here. Your squad leader overall is the guy who is plus 180 on the day. Francois Lavoie plus 191 overall. Joe Palusek plus 128. Ronnie Russell plus 116. Osku 109. Simonson 93. Brad Miller 74. Verities plus 67. Sean Rash 48. Andres Gomez 34. 10th on the squad, Norm Duke at plus 33. 5 other players on the squad are plus. Tommy Jones plus 30. Andrew Anderson plus 29. A.J. Johnson right here in front of us after the bad break on the high flush 4-6. Gonna add some numbers, add some pins to this plus number. He's plus 26. And Patrick Girard and Darren Tang tied at plus 18. They are 14th on the squad. So far on the block, your top 5 competitors: Stuart Williams at 676, Patrick Girard 684, Brad Miller 686, Simonson 725 with a 281 the first game, and then Francois Lavoie, leader of the block and leader of the squad through 11 games, 780 today for the front 3. In this game, he's went strike, split, spare, 5-bagger.
Yeah, with the start that Anthony had, we thought he might shoot 820, 830.
Yeah.
8-0. And then, of course, Francois now doing the thing.
And Frankie he's in his comfort zone. He is in, and I'm not trying to make any parallels here, but he is in the exact same area of the lane he was in when he shot 300 on TV, which he then went on to win the U.S. Open that year.
Yep.
Back in 2016. But he's kind of playing that, 9 out to 4. That's where he was here. I'm not sure if he's transitioned to moving to the higher end of the house. We have heard that end of the house does tend to hook a little more than the middle part. But he was kind of going 10 to 4, 9 to 3. And just getting the ball to bank. Not even bank, just curl. Curl from that point. Richie Teese over to our left. Strike split 7-bagger. Possible 268 as he will head into the 10th frame. Andres Gomez finishes with 254 that game. Chris Loschetter's up in the 10th over on 27 to 28. Chance for 269. Stu Williams in his own right stepping up in the 9th. Spare 6-bagger. Possible 270. 276 for him. Needs this one in the 9th, however. Doesn't like it. Cross and carry. Cross and carry for Stu Williams. He's owed some hits.
Yes, he is.
After 23 and 24 yesterday.
Without a doubt.
Loschetter, one of the few that's still up the outside, and he is piping it up the outside. Gets the first one in the 10th. That puts him in the 250s. He can strike in the 11th to give himself a max possibility of 269.
I can't wait to watch Thomas Larson on this.
Yeah, you said that you told me after practice on pattern 3, he looked pretty good, and both that pattern and this pattern, he can keep his ankles pretty well in front of him and play him pretty north to south.
Yeah, I didn't see him on this pattern during this practice session. I did see him in the 37-footer, but I mean, at the very least, you know, he might have 3 to 4 games at minimum to stay in the area of the lane that he likes. And I shouldn't say that he likes, because I don't know his game that well to say that he doesn't like any other part of the lane. But based on what I've seen and from him on shows or live streams, etc., he likes the outside part of the lane, meaning if it's available, might have a lot of success. Nice work from Chris Lowshetter.
Parker Bowen, very nice too, 43. Gets him back to minus 14 on the day. AJ got the first one. And another odd high flush. I mean, a 4.79 isn't odd. But it just looks like that ball, all of a sudden in the 8th, started going through the pins very slowly. Results in a high flush, almost through the face, but high flush 4.6. And now I have 4.79. .224 for A.J. Johnson that game, puts him at plus 97 on the block. Brad Miller now a chance to get into the 230s. Oh, that thing responded immediately. Can't get the ball to cover the 3, picks off the 10, turns a possible 238 into 206. I'm sure the field and all of his competitors will appreciate the 32 pins he gave back, possibly gave back, but Brad's going to be thinking about that one for a little bit. He didn't seem too sure of his ball motion on that left lane. A couple times he threw, I mean, even when he struck in the 6th, and tripped a 4-pin. He came back, kind of furrowed his brow and looked confused as to what the ball was telling him. That shot projected it right off his hand. May have got it to the spot too quick. As that symmetric ball picked up and went left.
Game 5, huh?
Game 5. Francois punched out that game for 258. So he has shot 1038 so far today for the first 4. Simplify that math, he's plus 238. Stu also punched out 276.
Folks, before we get to Game 5, I talked earlier about the lab, one of the channels on Bowl TV, and be sure to join my main man Lou Marquez in the lab for his video series called Hot Off the Press. Lou shares his technical insight into the game, the inner workings, and everything around the pro shop. And so if you're interested in perhaps learning more about layouts, drilling, helping better serve your customers, or you're just a fan of bowling and want to learn more, increase your knowledge, excellent opportunity to check him out. And again, his series, Hot Off the Press, with Lou Marquez on Bowl TV. All right, folks, U.S. Open time, U.S. Open moment time. And it's always good to get a chance to see Mark Roth, and I look forward to sharing this wonderful clip with you another time. And a history lesson. Let's take a look back at previous moments and past moments here at the U.S. Open.
Chris, it's all going down to the very last frame. Mark Roth has a possible 245. Guppy Troop going at a 238 pace. 7 days, 56 games, 38,000 at stake. More important, the U.S. Open. It's who can perform in one frame.
38,000 the winner, 20 to the runner-up. Audience really divided in the cheering sections here, and the pressure showing there on Guppy Troop when he's seated, not when he's on the lanes.
That shot that Roth just threw cut the lead of Guppy Troops to 3 pins with another strike. He takes the lead for the first time in the match. He's loose.
Tremendous competitor, Mark Roth. You don't win 28 titles not being one.
Chris, this is the best match game I've ever seen in a professional bowlers tournament for any amount of money, any title. The conditions of the lanes, 210 should win these matches. Mark Roth, a possible 245, throwing strikes in the clutch, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. But it's not over yet. Troop can still win.
Big game of 244. Is it enough? With a strike up in the 9th. All in black. Troop is ready. The pressure.
Chris, the question that you just asked, is it enough, will be answered on this next ball. What Guppy Troop needs is a strike or he cannot win. Must strike on this ball. Mark Roth has just won his first major, Chris. Wow.
John Fury, Ronnie Russell, Scoop Palermo, and Verity Crawley. Bradley Serralo, Matt Ogle. Kenny Ryan and Tommy Jones. Here on our featured pairs for game number 5. Don't forget, giveaways upcoming, folks. As we get later and later into the block, we'll be giving away a pair of Apple AirPods here in this round.
All right, about midway through Game 5 here for B Squad. Day 2 of the 2019 U.S. Open from New Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. I'm Daniel Farish alongside Emil Williams Jr. And we'll be here all day. Hopefully you can be here with us all day as well. 4 games down, 20 games to go. Take a look at some scoring updates after the 4th game this morning. Once I get my sort correctly sorted, here we go. As far as the squad goes, Francois Lavoie leads the squad at plus 249. He's plus 238 today. Scores of 225, 265, 290, and 258. So Frankie is certainly in his wheelhouse. Second on the squad, overall, Ronnie Russell plus 163. Osku plus 127. Joe Palusek plus 108. And Simonson and Rash tied at plus 100. Gomez plus 88, Brad Miller plus 80, A.J. Johnson plus 50, and Loesch, Chris Loesch, 10th on the squad at plus 45. As expected, more and more players are getting on the plus side of even today. We did expect scores to go up, not at an exponential rate, but they were just so, I don't want to say bad, just yesterday was such a struggle. You knew this talented field was gonna hit this pattern. Norm Duke, also tied for 10th with Loesch at plus 45. Verity Crawley at plus 39. Patrick Girard and Tommy Jones tied at plus 33. Nick Pate at plus 23. Martin Larson plus 10. Darren Tang plus 6. And the final player plus on the squad for the tournament in 18th, again on this squad, Andrew Anderson at plus 3. A couple of names we've talked about throughout the day and the last 2 days that are outside of that number. Stu Williams got back to -8 with a nice 276 the last game. PB3, Parker Bowman III, -26, had a nice 245 the last game. Tim Pfeiffer, who was the 36th place cut coming into day 2, is -65 for the tournament. -65 on the day, -56 overall. He was +9 coming in. Walter Ray right behind him at -59. Lindenwood alum, who we spoke with earlier, was talking to Emil about he stayed late last night to kind of watch some players and see what he could learn. He's +21 on the day, -80 overall. Some standout names that have struggled throughout the first half of their qualifying. Through 12 of their 24 games that everyone's guaranteed. Gary Faulkner Jr. -134, E.J. Tackett -137. I know those numbers sound bleak because you're minus triple digits, but again, you're talking for 12 games. For instance, E.J. Tackett's -137 is a 188.58 average. Which does not sound terrible, but when you consider these guys are used to averaging in the 220s, 230s out on tour, these demanding U.S. Open patterns can, I don't want to say bring you back down to earth, because these players are better than these numbers suggest as a whole. It's just these patterns are so tough and so demanding that it's going to take a lot out of you. Overall, as far as plus-minus goes, Francois Lavoie leads the entire tournament. That's without two squads having yet to bowl today, obviously. But when you rank them by average, you do have 3 players from this squad that are inside the top 10 in the entire field in average. Belmo leads it, O'Neill second, Frankie third, averaging 220.75. Down at 8th, averaging 213.58 is Ronnie Russell. 9th, Osku, averaging 210.58. Paul, I'm glad you said that because that's something I've always wanted to see in person but have not had the privilege of seeing. Walter Ray down on 37 and 38. I may take a quick little trip down there just to go watch a shot. Now Verity's perfect on the right lane, and I just converted her first mark on the left lane through 6 frames. All right, for my own fascination, I'm looking down. Walter Ray's up on 37. Oh, that's a two-handed stance right there. Look at that. Looks like a flat 10 from this angle, but still, that's cool for me to see. Bucket list item achieved. Don't chop it. Referring to my guy Matt Ogle here. Just over to our left on 21-22, Francois Lavoie, front 5, 10-pin spare. So he has not let up. And that is what these pros do. When they... Best way I can compare is like a dog with a bone. Once they wrap their teeth around a shot, and they know they've got a hold of it, they do not let go. I mean, you can use whatever euphemism you want. You know, pedal to the metal, 110%, never give up, never quit, dog with a bone, whatever. Once these guys get a hold of a look, they will just strike for days.
Dog with a bone is all I heard when I came back here.
Talking about Francois Lavoie. Uh-oh, Verity. Stay out there. Stay out there. Okay.
As we talking about not giving away, or I should say seizing the moment, really. And you got to look and you just attack it until you can't attack it anymore. I like it. I'm just catching up. I scrolled up to the chat and I saw someone wanted to see photos of me with an afro.
Oh, I had not seen that in the chat.
It was Chris, of course.
Oh, well, that's no surprise there.
Shot. Mr. Ryan. I don't even think I have photos of that, to be honest. Best I can do would be, I don't even know where that is, would be my first state ID. No Jerry curl though, Howard. Way too young for that. That was much before my time.
Yeah, the 80s are coming back, man.
I'm good on that.
Don't you know?
Don't you know?
That's it. I just figured it out. How long would it take you to grow your hair out long enough for a Jerry curl?
Those days are over, bro.
Halloween next year.
Did you hear what I just said? I would never do that. Never. Never. Yeah, it could be Randy Watson, yes. That'd be fantastic. But not in, like, the real life version.
Oh, man. What it do, baby?
All right.
Traitor. See if Verity can get a strike on this left lane. Has yet to score one. Ah. The ball took off a little bit on her.
Where are you seeing the lanes right now? Like, how are you seeing the lanes from the player's eyes? You mentioned about a game ago that they had moved left.
For the most part, everybody's off the twig. You know, Loesch last game was piping it pretty good up, still up around from this angle looked like 3, 4, 5. So he may have moved in this game. I'm not sure. But I'm seeing a lot of guys crossing between 3rd and 4th arrow and getting it out to 7, 8. So the surface allows them to have the friction to throw it there and get it back. The issues they run into is because the surface gives them that friction when they miss left, even though the pattern's 41 feet, there's not a lot of hold down lane where they're at. They almost would probably have to get deeper. Just looking at the shape of the pattern, they would have to get deeper to find some of that hold towards the end of it. But then it still is 41 feet, so playing that steep of an angle, when they do get it too far right, we see 2-4-8-10s, washouts. Where yesterday when they missed right, it was, a 1-2-4, a 1-2-4-10, because the ball wasn't jerking off the end of the pattern and coming in behind the head pin. Where here, because it is 4 less feet, a little more friction out there, a little more shape in the pattern, when they do get it right, it wants to jerk the break point. And that's when you get the 2-4-8-10 type stuff. I want to check something. Go back, look at the standings for this block real quick, for this squad. Well, my speculation yesterday, at least with this squad, has not come to fruition. That was, I thought the lefties, would be able to make up some ground on this pattern, but there is not one lefty on this squad that is plus through 4 games. If I'm reading this correctly, the highest lefty in the field is Wesley Lowe, and he's -9.
That is a bit shocking, I think. I feel that you would think the way the righties have been able to have success, especially out early, might translate, but I know the graph, the shape of the pattern, according to the graph, is slightly different. In fact, if you have some thoughts just on the explanation on, so if the viewers are looking at the graph.
Let me go pull it up. Excuse me.
I know it's not completely symmetric.
No, the shape at the end of the pattern goes from 15 on the right side to looks like 13 on the left side.
I'll take that back. Looking at it, it's just about the same. Maybe it's like a very subtle difference.
Well, it's enough of a difference, though. It's definitely enough of a difference. I'd almost have to have more of a kind of a conversation with someone who understood the minutia of these. I'm still in the learning process. I hate to see that. I can't really explain why we're not seeing higher numbers from the left-handers. And maybe it's just that this squad doesn't have... I don't think they have a lot, first of all. They don't have a lot of lefties.
C squad has the most. Without question.
Yeah, that's what one thing that EJ and I were talking about earlier this morning. We were talking about how, because he was B squad, obviously he's bowling today, and that was the group that just destroyed the lanes yesterday afternoon into the early evening. And he said it doesn't help that C squad, we didn't have hardly any left-handers. So EJ talking about this squad. I said, yeah, you're right. That'll play into it. C squad certainly had more, and even if you take 5 guys off the right side, it can make a difference on how the lanes break down. You take 5 guys off the right side last night that start on 20 with surface, and they're not going to break down as bad as B squad, which is what happened. And they started in similar areas of the lane. So maybe this isn't the best group to judge what the left side is. Part of that being that the lefties we do have, Wesley is -9 for the day, -130 overall. Parker Bone has been, he's been right on even. He's -14 on the day, -26 overall, but certainly we're not seeing the exploitation of the pattern from the lefties we thought we might be able to see. Kenny Ryan's -52 on this pattern, -14 overall. So he's actually worse today than he was yesterday. Frankie got the first one in the 10th over to our left. That puts him in the 240s. Up here in the 11th, doesn't like it. Hated it, in fact. I'm not sure which pocket it hit. I had people in front of me.
It hit the 1-3.
Did it? He hated it off his hand.
Kicked the 10.
Strike here in the field will give Frankie 251, which would put him at 289 overall, or 289 on the day. Phew, man.
You think he might lead the squad?
He's going to. Well, you mean lead the tournament for the day, or lead this pattern, or
this squad? You think he is going to lead this squad right now?
Yes, he's going to be at 1089, and coming into this game, he was at 1038. The closest to him was Stu at 952.
That was more of my attempt at dry humor.
I caught myself before I said anything. Norm Duke off to our right is going to throw all 3 in the 10th to get back to 194 after 3 splits in a row in the middle of the game. Converted one of them. It was a 310 he converted. He missed a 210 and a Greek church. As Dallas, or excuse me, oh, that was Dallas bowling on the wrong lane. I was going to say, following Norm on that pair to our right, is Tim Pfeiffer. Had 3 straight opens on the lane he was going to finish on, and then he 310s here in the 10th. So Tim comes into this block as the cashing number in 36th. Is minus 65 and shooting a 310 here in the 10th. He converts it, he can get to 163 for the game. But rough 5 games for Timmy P. Take a look at who we're going to have on our featured pairs this game. Game number 6, I believe. One group we have already seen today, Stu Williams, Anthony Simonson, Justin Tuttle, and Cody Shoemaker. They will be on 23-24 on 25 and 26. Our group that we saw twice yesterday, first time today, Sean Rash, Dallas Leong, Gary Faulkner Jr., and Joe Pelusek. Overall for the day, Simonson plus 142, Stu plus 162. Cody minus 58, and it looks like Justin Tuttle has withdrawn. So just 3 to that pair. Over to our right, Sean Rash plus 107, Dallas minus 70. Pelusek minus 7. And Faulkner is minus 49.
We should see some good stuff here from both of these pairs. And to our left, Walter Ray, still two-handed if you want to check that out on 21 and 22. So it started with a double, by the way.
Per our conversation from earlier, I only saw the back half of the ball go down the lane, but it looks like Loschetter has moved in because the ball speed was down. And he gave away the pocket in 2-8-10, so I think even Loesch has now moved off the gutter. Despite shooting 268, game number 4, he's only plus 20 on the day. Simonson's a little further right than everybody else, not getting it out to that 3-4 area, more like 5-6 or 6-7. Ball speed's up pretty high. It looks like he's taking some hand out of the ball. So he's still trying to stay as straight as he can as we enter game 6. Nice conversion on the washout by Faulkner.
The giveaway, ladies and gentlemen, halfway through game 8. We are into game what, Daniel?
This is game 6.
6. This will be midway game 8. Midway through game 8 today. Oh, hook, hook, hook. tough's a 9-pin. Unbelievable.
Welcome to the two-handed game, bro.
You know, it's funny. Let's talk a little bit about that, actually, because folks, you're not aware of this. Maybe he's mentioned it before, but Daniel is very adept at throwing it with two hands, and this practice started all the way back at school. So it's been a few years. Not now. I don't know if he's how much he still does it, or practices it when he wants to per se. But he got pretty adept at it. I would say for someone who it's not their full-time style, if you will. So why did you even start doing that?
Well, you know how when we're kids and we're screwing around at the bowling center, we're bowling with our opposite hand. You're messing around. You're being a kid.
Yeah.
Well, I never really did that, and so when I got to college, when I screwed around and messed around, I just did two-handed, and it was probably in part of because Brian Valenta was there, and I messed around with it, and realized I'm not terrible at this. I just started practicing it, and I actually used it about a month ago in a tournament. What I'm working on now is my two-handed game with urethane.
What results or how much time have you had a chance to really put into at this point to even see results?
If I were to break it down into numbers, let's say if I have a 2-hour practice session, probably 25 minutes worth of tweaking different things, of trying different things. I'm in the process now of trying to figure out a new setup position. I don't like how low I am in my setup, so I'm trying to bring the ball up a little higher. And then the biggest issue is adjusting my slide. That's the hardest thing for me to do when I go two-handed. But decision time comes next year because right now, I can two-hand my equipment that doesn't have a weight hole.
Sure.
Because the rule is, if you're two-handing a bowling ball and you're not using your thumb, but the ball has a thumb hole, that thumb hole then becomes a balance hole. If your bowling ball for a traditional grip, 2 fingers, 1 thumb, already has a balance hole in it, you cannot two-hand that ball without using your thumb, because then you essentially have 2 balance holes, and that's illegal. You also cannot two-hand a bowling ball with a thumb hole if the thumb hole has an interchangeable sleeve, an interchangeable device. It has to be a slug. But come August 1, 2020, there's no more balance holes, which then means that a two-handed ball has to only have 2 fingers. So I'm going to have to figure out what balls I want to get and drill for two-handed only. And I will have a two-handed bag or 2.
see, looking around right now. A few strikes to the pair to our right, 27 and 28. Just as I say that, a washout for one of those players. E.J. Tackett has gone spare 3-bagger. Well, you take a look at it, it's only going to be 36 players advancing to the cashier's round. We could be in for a situation where some well-known players might be in trouble tomorrow. Again, mid-game 8, folks. Middle of game 8, we'll be giving away a pair of Apple AirPods. Where's Michael Coffey at today?
Right there.
No.
Standings?
Yes.
For the block, Michael is plus 21. And that is after 4. We don't have game 5 yet. But he is plus 21 on the day, minus 80 overall.
He's going double, open, double. Four 7 for Gary and Faulkner. One strike here. Through 5. Daniel mentioned. Thought Longshooter may have made a move left. Joey Pants.
Come on. So I'm just wondering about Joey Pants over here. If anyone has seen his jerseys, you just know Joey's not a fan of the two-handed game. Well, yesterday he had on a jersey that had, you know, a two-handed style with a red and a line through it, and now it's got a green circle around a guy one-handed. with green pants. So tomorrow, is it going to be red pants with an all no two-handed jersey?
Only one way to find out.
I like it, though. That's what I like about bowling, about the PBA Tour, the PWBA Tour. We have personalities out here, people who aren't afraid to speak their mind.
It took me a minute to actually look at his jersey and figure out what you were talking about.
Oh, you hadn't actually seen it?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, I mean, since we're here, we might as well go all the way. I was trying to be, I guess, neutral about it, or fair about it. But on the ones yesterday where it had the red circle through the X, it had the two-handed style like this, and it was two-handing a crutch.
Yeah, I feel like a couple years back, those either jerseys or at least his thoughts on that were discussed. His thoughts echo a lot of other people in the bowling world.
They do, and everyone's entitled to their opinion.
And that's totally okay.
Yeah, it's. You know, I don't condemn someone for not liking the two-handed style, and I'm not gonna, fight to the death for it either. It's just appropriate with this American flag banner draped around the pillar next to us that it's America, and it's all right to have opinions. EJ trying to dig out of a hole that was created, that a lot of people created for themselves yesterday. 7 spare 5-bagger. Minus 45 on the day. And overall, let's see. Overall, minus 137, EJ is.
Simonson right now looking in his bag or bags and waiting potentially. What should he go to? Chatting with Tim Mack.
Depends what he wants to do. If he wants to stay where he's at, maybe ball down to something a little cleaner down the lane, but that's going to give you something a little cleaner down the lane is going to give you a really sharp angle at the end of the pattern. And when you're playing further right, typically speaking, you don't want something that's going to make a very sharp move off the corner. You want a smoother, more continuous motion. You know, we heard Stu almost converts to 3-6 or 3-4-6, 3-4-7, excuse me. Rob Gottschall talking yesterday that players were balling up to try and give them something that would burn up a little bit early, and then give them that clean, you know, shim, skate, flow, whatever word you want to use, down the lane. And something like that almost might, that would be a motion he's looking for. I don't know if that's a way he would go about it himself personally. But if he wants to stay out, he's got a couple options, or he could just ball up and move in.
Double A with 6 in a row. Take a peek here when he is up momentarily. He's on 19 and 20. That is Andrew Anderson, by the way. Good thing we did, unfortunately. 2-8-10. First shot in the 10th frame. However, we'll give you a look over at Walter Ray. Two-hand. Oh, 220 for Andrew Anderson. As we see Gary Faulkner looking for a double. He can get to 236. Game 6. First squad of the day. We talked about scoring pace earlier. Going to be higher, but kind of a... Actually, no, not really. So I'd say it seemed like there was a small bit of a lull, but E.J. Tackett and now it's like Connor Pickford with the front 6. Tackett on 27 and 8. Pickford on 29 and 30. EJ's feeling good here. Make it 7 in a row now for Tackett. Getting married next Saturday.
Is he really?
Yeah.
How about that?
Joey Pan's going to get to 236.
Walter Ray starts the game with a double. He's going to finish the game on a flurry of strikes. At least 4 in a row going into the fill. Puts him into the 190s. It was just the middle part of that game. 9 spare split. 9 spare split. Chopped a spare in the 7th.
So both Tackett in the 9th and Pickford in the 8th stop their strings. Again, 27, 8, 29, and 30. Stu with 2 more to go here on 24. Shot here for Rash. Reset himself, 3-bagger. He's looking at a 215 max. Excellent shot there for Stu. He'll be in the 190s. Tackett can go, what's that, 269. Pickford can go 279. I don't know what Ryan Winters just made, but it made the crowd pay attention. Here's Joey Pants, 10th frame.
It was a 3.467 for Ryan Winters.
What we got upcoming next to these pairs here, Mr. Farish?
Looks like 27 and 28. We're going to see, or excuse me, 23 and 24. Wow. Michael Machuga, Michael Rubin, Brad Miller, Andrew Anderson. And on 25 and 26, Coffey, Loshedder, Winters, and Walter Ray.
Again, middle of game 8. What we're looking forward to, our first giveaway of the day. What do you see the lanes potentially transitioning these final 2 games with the moves players have made from, 4 and 5, 6, 7 area game 1 now to several 4th arrow, speaking of righties. Some into 5th arrow at this moment as well.
I don't know if they'll get too much worse than they are. I think they've kind of settled over the last game or so. The only issue they may run into is the guys that started left of second arrow, getting into maybe some of that traffic as they continue to move left. But I don't know that we're going to see anything too drastic from this point on.
Well, it's a decent blueprint. Michael Coffey just said he is now plus for the tournament after 130 minimum down coming into the day. Wow, that was interesting. You think there's something there? You saw the shot from Michael Rubin, and it looked to be urethane. It read relatively early. It came kind of screaming off the gutter down lane. Like, if you saw that look, especially as someone who enjoys playing the gutter, you think you can make that work?
No. I mean, make it work as defined by, maybe hitting the pocket and leaving makeable stuff and banging out 180, 190, yeah. But to try and keep up with what the scoring pace has been today, no. No, nothing about his shot made me think I'd want to jump out there. That ball was so aggressive when it read the lane. Granted, urethane, so it's going to see the lane and hook a lot sooner. But there's been so much traffic out there with both urethane and resin. I personally would not venture out that way with anything.
But not a bad game by Gary Faulkner Jr., but the split in the ninth. Shoots a 178, 236 again for Joey Pants. Rash gets to 201. And Dallas Leong shoots 194. Saw Michael come back and pick up a different bowling ball. And he did not throw the urethane, excuse me, in the outside part of the lane on his second shot. Appreciate everyone tuning in the chat. Ashley, Chris, Roderick, Steve, Howard, Judith, Ellen, Scott, and everyone who has taking a watch and listen here. This is these are Bowl TV chatters I'm speaking about. I want to thank our Flow Bowling viewers as well. This week's broadcast simulcast via, or excuse me, to Flow Bowling. Mentioned Coffee saying he is now plus for the event. The last two games, I think. Yeah, we just talked about it. And Daniel thought there should be perhaps too big of a difference between these games as the players in this block. We know there's score available. Francois Lavoie has certainly put a stamp on it. I think E.J. Tackett has certainly found something he likes towards the end of this block. So here's Walter Ray. So we get to see Walter Ray and his two-handed style. Again, it's not Walter's first time by any means attempting the style. Obviously, as you can see, pretty solid at it. Many practice it. Nice shot. Nice rebound there for Coffee. Took the break and turned it into a very nice double. Brad now perfect on the left lane here on lane 23. We'll get into the scores here momentarily. Justin, yes, that would be buckets on deck. Although the number is leaving me, I'm going to look it up. We're speaking of a 5-man team game.
1434.
The weird thing is it's happened now. It's been a few years since it happened. Although it kind of seemed like just yesterday, but yep, 1434, November 30th, 2011. Wow, that's that was a long time ago at this point. At the time that they set that record, they had beaten or moved around the previous record holder, which was O.T. Hills, St. Charles, Missouri, which several St. Louis legends, including Randy Lightfoot, Lindenwood men's coach, and I think everyone on that team. There's only one I wouldn't be sure about, but I'm pretty sure everyone on the team, buckets on deck, were Lindenwood bowlers at one point or another in their career.
Connor Drum, Eddie Setwinski, E.J. Parks, Brad Miller, Ryan Council. And what made it even better is, yeah, like you said, they beat their head coach's record.
Concord Electric since then, actually earlier this year, moved into second in that category, the open 5-player team scoring record. High team games, 1422.
Oh, man.
The other records on that list, again, 14-13 OT Hills, 14-11 ECN in Wichita, Kansas. That was in 2010, and way back in 1993, Golden Harvest number 4, Springfield, Illinois. 17 goals for Miller at 14-10. Have you ever been surrounded or around a team or on a team that had a game or series or you threatened a record or something of that nature?
No, the highest team game I've been a part of was 1350.
And that's a lot right there.
Yeah. It was a ton. But, I mean, we all doubled the 10th, so it's not like we all struck the 9th and we all doubled the 10th, so it's not like late in the game, we had a chance to get there and fell short. We eliminated ourselves in the middle of the game.
I mean, that's $270 a person. The record is, averaging 286.8. That's a big wow. Oh, that's a big wow there from Michael Coffey.
Yeah, it was.
Don't forget, folks, halfway through game 8. Apple AirPods. That's what's on deck. AirPods on deck. Maybe, I don't know what records we can set.
Most entries for a raffle?
That would be good. Although that could have happened last night. I'm not sure how many we got for a TV. We had some folks staying up late. Young Brad Miller looks pretty fierce here this game.
Well, when he came over to this pair, he was pretty aggressive about setting his stuff in his backpack down. He wasn't happy about whatever he shot last game, so this appears to be a bounce back game. Oh, maybe not. He shot 225 last game. Take a look at some scores updated after Game 6 this morning. Frankie still leads at plus 327 overall. Leads the squad. Sean Rash, 177. Ronnie Russell, 164. Simo, 123. Osku, 118. Joe Palusek, 110. Brad, 109. Gomez, 104. A.J. Johnson, 86, and 10th on the squad, Norm Duke at plus 70.
How about that, Howard?
Hall of Famer getting some hits. That's 2 trip fours for Walter Ray this game on that left lane. First frame and now 5th frame.
Brad has enlisted some help on the Brad and Kyle channel. Rebecca Comaine helping out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I bet that video, that shot makes the... They do have a tendency to put non-strikes on their highlight videos.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a reel. They share everything from a Mola Sterling perspective. Right now, the concern is if young Brad is okay.
Yeah, he was down for a good 30, 40 seconds.
Frustrations leaking out, and that's a clear break there for Coffee.
Yes, it is.
Leaked one a touch right and nearly paid the ultimate price, but gets a very good break. Meanwhile, AJ Johnson and Parker Ball the third with strings on 21 and 22. AJ with the front 5. Parker has gone spare 5-bagger. Now Simonson with spare 4-bagger, and the last couple have been no doubters on. Pin for AJ. He's left. I feel like he's left a few of the 4 pins today. We saw him earlier leave a very tough break. He left a 4-6, high 4-6.
And then in the 11th, that same game after striking the 10th, just a very slow 4-7-9. I mean, his ball is driving past the 9 pin and coming in well behind the head pin. It's like it's slowing down on the back part of the lane, but continuing that hook.
Daniel, how are you at the coach's eye, if you will, when you look at a player and you say, "Man, I love this. This player does this and this and whatever else really well."
My expertise is more foul line forward, to be honest with you, simply because I've never had any, I guess, clinical training when it comes to coaching, and so I don't. I mean, I know if I watch a player long enough, I could probably find something, but just in a glance, a couple shots, I don't have the eye to pull something out like that. Now, if you're more talking, like at the bottom of swing or release, yes. But if you're talking footwork, swing, push away, it's difficult with the naked eye for me. I'd almost have to see him on video and slow him down to see it.
Sounds like you need to take a look inside the lab at some of that video series called The Coach.
I have, actually. I've watched some of the Rod Ross videos. I've watched some of the of Lou Marquez's videos. I've only seen a handful of The Coach, though.
Well, guess what? There he is. My man, Stephen Padilla. Check out our guy, Stephen. Again, inside the lab on Bowl TV. Since the 7-10 and the 6 frame from Brad. This one high on the left lane, didn't like the shot, got a break on the right lane. You gotta be careful to not let this one get away from him. Simonson continues. Spare 6-bagger. Someone asked about Connor Pickford's score. I assume you were referencing last game. Bob Walter has been throwing two-handed. In fact, I don't know when he started it, but it's been several games at this point that he has thrown the ball two-handed today.
Connor 279 last game.
Like Machuga, same situation. Doesn't want to let this one get away either, and that's a great shot. Certainly understand that 8th frame shot, that could be the difference between 240 and 270. Big shot coming up here for Brad. Looks like he made a move, and it was the right move. That is such a good feeling.
When you make the move and it works.
I had to talk to Andrew. Watch his first shot in the 10th frame. Andrew a little frustrated, left some pins out there last game. The A on his jersey. A little too close to the A in Alabama. Roll Tide.
Yeah, it is.
Not sure how. And I'm not sure what college team. I'm assuming that he would like a team in Michigan. There's a couple to choose from. I won't say, oh, you know, Michigan State for all intents and purposes, but I don't know where his allegiances lie. I don't want him to, anybody coming after him. I care about his well-being. I haven't seen anyone really make their way on back outside, and Ryan Winters threw what looked to be a very good shot. Halfway again through game 8. That's our giveaway. So at this point, a few more frames. Anthony Simonson, get the 7-10 out, young fella. Good, how are you? Sorry, dude. Big 10th frame for Brad Miller. Stepping back up right lane. He made the move in the left lane. A little closer to the ball return. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did you hear what he was saying there?
I did.
I just heard it was so tight that he was referencing, I think, maybe the right lane or the left lane, excuse me.
Talk about the back ends and left lane, because the way he kind of bounced off that shot, it's in a way when you throw it good and you're like, oh, you kind of bounce off of it waiting for the strike, and then the ball just took off on the back ends where it's 23 is a little tighter. And it's kind of holding that motion on 23, where 24, the ball is continuing that motion.
Get some help.
Oh, Brad. Well, that's exactly what you said. Don't let the game get away from you.
You know, you try hard to not to do that. It's part of what we go through, certainly part of what athletes go through. I say we as, you know, if you bowled, you've probably been in that scenario, that situation at some point. Simonson looking at 290. He's got the first and the 10th. Let us take you there real quickly. Can't see it, but or maybe you can just a little bit. But Brad pulled out his topography chart. Walked right up to 24. And I'm thinking he's looking at it and saying, okay, is this what I'm actually seeing? Is this comparable to what this chart might say or this graph might say? Three-step for Walter. The two-hand delivery, high flush, onto another two-hander for 290. Deuce is wild. Yes, indeed. 290 for Anthony Simonson. Back to Walter. Strike here, he'll be in the 2-0s. Gets that ball started kind of up and going. Nicely done. Ecstatic about that one too. There's Walter Ray. Out of coffee. Michael, nice shot. You think Michael likes Dunkin' or Starbucks?
Neither.
I would have went with that answer as well. But because I like Dunkin', I may just start calling it. With his permission, of course.
All right. Well, a little bit of an area check. You don't have it, but you got to know.
I'll watch Ryan Winters here in this 10th frame. Right now, Coffee, another strike. He'll be in the 230s.
Oh.
Ooh. Wow. The angle you'll see from Ryan Winters. He went back out to the right. And for the most part, it looks like something is still there. I do think probably not a lot of area. So you've got to be probably almost 90% in regards to like shot making on the scale, if there was one. .228 for Coffee. We briefly kind of talked about topography charts yesterday. Daniel, what was your what's your experience in just, or if you had to give advice, if any, in regards to how to read a topography chart?
Well, most of the topography reports that you'll see have a little index, like in between each lane, right there. And basically, blue means that the lane, in a way, slopes to the right. Red means it slopes to the left. So if you're a right-hander and you see, let's find a, you see a lot of blue on the gutter, that means that the lane microscopically tilts to the right, which would persuade me to maybe stay off of 1, 2, 3. It might not be optimal, or you might see it push a little more and not want to hook as much, where on the flip side, you see a lot of red right in the track area, especially in the heads, where bowling balls get laid down. It puts an indentation in it, and that means that's a hook spot on the lane. So that's about as simple as it is. Now, there are players and competitors who will study these things, and they put a lot of stock in it. And then there are some people, Rob said last night, he was talking about topography, and he said it matters. It's not as big as some other factors, though. So it kind of depends on who you talk to as to how much stock they put in it. I know that a lot of teams that come out to the Open Championships will check the topography report for the pairs that they're on, because you don't move pairs at the OC. So for your team event, you want to know exactly what you're on if you're chasing an eagle. But a lot of the tournament, I don't bowl a regular tournament during the year where I get a topography report outside of the OC. So a lot of us amateur players, we hear about them, we can look at it, but typically speaking, we are not going to bowl a tournament where that's provided. So it's not that big a deal for us. Now, if I were to come out here full-time, or even just to bowl this event or a Masters or something where it is provided, I would enlist the help of someone who can read that better than I can and see what they think and get their input.
Ken, we hope that helps you a little bit. And at some point today, and hopefully you'll be listening, we'll have someone who can elaborate on that as well. We did have a question from Ashley, from Ashley Woods, and she was asking about, are bowlers allowed to have a coach around them to help if they are struggling throughout their games? Yeah. One is a ball rep, although they are not technically coaches. Like, that's not their title. But effectively, they do a lot of coaching in regards to advising, and they really advise, from bowling balls, we talked about that yesterday, to moves to make, lane play, and then you heard Rob talk about it if you didn't last night. We had Rob on Game 4, I believe, in C Squad during the 6 p.m. or last night was 7 or so. But just talking about, being, mental coaches and helping players kind of just stay in the moment and don't get too frustrated. Don't get too far away from what you got to do just to get through, this particular block, which was last night. And then there's other players, or not players, but, if a coach or a player knows someone that they trust and, that person can't be in the bowler's area, but they can certainly be hanging out in the back, and, that player can go back and talk to that individual and source some things and get suggestions, etc.
I do remember the first U.S. Open I bowled. It was a PBA rule, no coaching. And I was on, I think it was the second day of qualifying. It was at night, because Dad drove up from Louisville. The tournament was in Indy. And after Game 5, I went back. I don't know if Kirk Von Kruger wants to find me for this 9 years later, but I looked at him and I said, "You got to give me something." I was just so dead lost. And I don't remember if the advice helped or not that night. But I finally got to a point where I was like, you got to give me something. Like, I'm seeing national touring players talking to one another. And I don't remember if there were ball reps around, but I was thinking to myself, these guys are talking to one another. They've got people to bounce ideas off of. They're talking to other players. I'm just Joe Schmo up here, and I've got nobody. Well, if they're going to talk to each other, I got to find somebody. I need something. I am so lost. So, sorry, Kirk.
Should tell him that story. All right, into the final game. Thanks for your question, Ashley, and also Kim as well. We will try to make that a point today, as Daniel gave us the basics, which we do appreciate because, even there's some things, and I know me personally, I don't self-proclaim to know everything there is to know about bowling. There's so much. And I feel like so many tools, things like topography charts and reports that are so useful, and players, certainly at this level, utilize those to give themselves the best opportunities to be successful.
I do want to go back on something I said real quick about the topography. I gave an example as, where the red indicates where there's indentations in the lane, and it's considered a hook spot, and the blue is kind of an area of the lane where it tilts right, and it would persuade me from staying off like 1, 2, 3 if I saw that. Let's say it was a 35-foot pattern, it's a short pattern, and the gutter's where you wanted to be. I would not play that area of the lane, but it would tell me that lane may be tighter out there. So I would adjust accordingly, but it would not force me out of what I thought was the right area of the lane. I would just understand that I wouldn't have as much friction, or as much hook, or as much motion out there, as opposed to if I did not see that bluish color, if I saw more green, which means flat, or the yellow, orange, or red, which indicates, hey, you're going to have a little bit of a hook spot here.
He is Daniel Farish. I am Emil Williams Jr. Aaron Smith on the 1s and 2s. Aaron's been helping you in the chat if you had questions, concerns, needed something figured out. Aaron has been our guy this week. I feel that I should make him stop on by at some point and hang out with us here in the booth for a little bit. He's probably going to decline, but I think I'm just going to do what I can to make him do it.
We're both bigger than him.
It depends, though. That guy, he's stronger than you think.
Well, we all know how much Aaron Smith loves to work, and we were able to talk him out of doing work he didn't need to be doing one night to go to a basketball game. So if we can talk him out of that, I think we can talk him into coming down and hopping on for a few minutes. Maybe not now because we got the giveaway coming up, but at some point throughout this week.
Well, unfortunately, we told that story yesterday, but
we did.
We did not make it to that game.
We did not.
Due to what was a major accident, unfortunately. We were not involved in the accident, but there was an accident on the interstate that we were traveling on. So the story of the day has been Francois Lavoie as we have reached game 8. Where are we at right now with, I know we don't have an update yet, but where was Francois before, I guess, heading into Game 7?
Heading into Game 7, he was at plus 327, and he was down on like 31 and 32, 33 and 34, and he went something to the effect of spare strike, or strike, spare, double. So he was clean through about 7 with a double, and I hadn't looked down since.
how many of that was today? Is it plus 2 something, right?
More. He was plus 11 coming in, so he was 316 today after 6.
Oh yeah, right. I'm a game. I'm a game behind in his total.
And he is right now. He's plus 323. So last game he actually shot 196. No, sorry. 207. Because he was 316 for the day. Now he's 323 for the day. So 207 last game for Frankie.
So about midway through, and we are almost there. Did we say who's on these pairs?
I did not. Let's take a look at who we got for our final game of qualifying for today for B Squad. On 23 and 24, Thomas Smallwood, Justin Wyman, Charles Bostic, and Andres Gomez. And right next door, Richie Teese, Matt Taylor, Patrick Girard, and Wesley Lowe.
All right, folks, so be on the lookout. 5th frame, again, on specifically on 23 and 24.
Ooh, nice tap on the 10.
Jubilation. That's when the giveaway is going to happen, by the way. 5th frame. 23 and 24. So if one thing I'm looking forward to as we continue on with the sport of bowling, not necessarily this week, but I'm interested in watching Charles Bostic, young 17-year-old, and seeing how he continues on with his young career, and depending on where he wants to go, how far he wants to take it. For all intents and purposes, it's pretty clear. Certainly he's got some talent and some skill, and I look forward to seeing how he develops. B squad scheduled to begin at 1 p.m. Yesterday we began at about 1:30. I would probably think more of the same at this point. Bowlers have started to make their way to the practice range, and it is time, folks. Apple AirPods, this round's giveaway. Again, you see it bottom left of your screen. You will be prompted. Nice shot there, Charles. You will be prompted to submit your entry to be included as a potential winner. Again, submit entry. Just click there and you're in. In regards to Wesley Lowe, I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Wes currently in grad school still at Wichita State. We saw him last week actually at Mid-States. But so he's in grad school, but preparing to be out on tour next season, or I guess next season at the beginning of 2020 when the new season does begin. He'll be juggling that in his grad school schedule. All right. Tony, congratulations. Tony, you are a winner.
That's what I like right there, when the winner chimes in the chat. All four of our winners have so far this week.
Indeed. Again, congrats again, Tony. We appreciate you.
The final score update for this block through 7 frames. Through 7 games. Let's try that. Francois Lavoie plus 334. Simo plus 213. Ronnie Russell 191. Sean Rash 170. AJ Johnson 122. Brad Miller 99. Osku 83. Andres Gomez 82. Tom Smallwood 76. And Norm Duke 75. Rounding out the players on this squad who are plus: Joe Pelusek, 74. Tommy Jones, 69. Patrick Gerard, 40. Richie Teese, 39. Verity Crawley, 38. Mike Coffey, 34. Martin Larson, 34. And Andrew Anderson, the final player plus on the squad, in 18th at plus 15. Couple players who have had some good days but are not plus. Stu Williams is plus 147 on the day. He's minus 13 overall. Connor Pickford plus 110 on the day, minus 64 overall. Coffee on the front 6. Down on 31 and 32.
There will be another giveaway, in fact, 2. One at the, well, probably the back half of our next block. And then we'll have one during tonight's round as well.
David, we have 48 bowlers in each squad for a total of 144 in the tournament. Francois has set a nice number. But of course, players like Jason Belmonte, Bill O'Neill, Zach Doty have given themselves great head starts by bowling very well on what is so far through 2 days look to be the most difficult pattern. Let me ask you this, Daniel, as we wrap up Game 8. Do you think, after 2 days of competition and an event like this where, you know, yesterday we said, you know, you can't win, obviously you can't win the tournament, but you can't lose it. You can't put yourself in some rough positions to make it difficult for yourself. Can you think you can solidify a spot in a cut in a top 36 with, like, after, in a 2 day span? Absolutely. Yes, you can. I mean, not to a point where you just can't show up the last day, obviously,
right, but
to the point where something absolutely cataclysmic would have to happen on day 3. But no, I think you can. Yes, you can solidify yourself to the point where you can build up enough lead on the cut that your focus is not on top 36. I think if you're in the top, 10 to 15 after today, you are not concerned at all about that 36th place. What you want to make sure of is that you keep a healthy distance between yourself and 24th, and then you make sure that the leaders don't get too far ahead.
Wesley shoots 210, an unfortunate open in the 10th frame. Said that a lot today. Not about Wes, but just about players in general. Some 10th frames, especially on the pattern where there's been a few strikes to had, you definitely want to fill as many as you can in the 10th. See if young Charles can give this one a ride here. Oh, maybe. Okay. I thought maybe he'll make it interesting.
When it comes to my outlook on cuts for tournaments like this, it's all about making the next day relevant. You don't want to bowl day one and bowl so bad that it doesn't matter what you do the next 2 days. Once you get done with day 2, you want to make sure that day 3 matters. That day 3 isn't just going out, bowling 8 games and going home. You want to bowl day 3 and be bowling for a cut. Once you make that first cut, that cashier's round, you don't want to put yourself in the cashier's round. When you're bowling on that 3rd day, you don't want to just make cut. You want to make sure that when you make the cashier's round, you don't have to shoot a million over to make match play. You see what I'm saying? You make sure that each day is relevant and it's not just lacing up and throwing a ball and then going home.
Andres. Oh, looked like it just kind of hydroplaned. So working with a split here on 24.
Down on 33 and 34, Simo stepping up in the 9th. The best he can do is 226 this game. Meanwhile, on the low end, 15-16, Frankie spare 5-bagger. If he hadn't already, he is putting a stamp on this block.
Five and 26 all done. Unreal the way it's shaping up. Anthony Simonson's going to shoot 281 and 290 and not lead the squad. You don't say that often.
No, you do not. Lavoie had a 290 of his own back in game number 3 with a 780 to start the day. Follow that up with games of 258, 251, 227, and 207, and he has a max score of 290 this game through 7 frames.
Scores through 7. Click to check. What a day this has been. Or what a squad, I should say. I can only really expect it to see more like this. Right? The overall scoring pace was higher. There was one player who did stand out, but not that far ahead. I guess I should say he definitely stood out on his own. But Anthony Simonson was like a half step back in the overall grand scheme of things. Maybe a couple games difference is probably what it breaks down to.
The only problem with going big in the morning is it shows the other 2/3 of the tournament. Oh, there's some numbers to be had out there, which then in turn the afternoon and evening squads come in with their ears pinned back, ready to attack and prepared to strike as much as possible.
Well, that doesn't sound like much of a problem. Maybe for those on this squad who gained as many as they thought they could, and it still may not be enough.
Well, to be brutally honest, I would much rather put up a big number and show everyone that strikes are to be had than to not put up a big number. So it's not like you choose one or the other.
Sure.
But the rest of the field's going to see what he did. They're going to watch what Simo did. The only question I have that's yet to be answered, we knew this was going to be a softer pattern than yesterday. I think the parking lot's a softer pattern than yesterday. Is what's the left side have? And I think we'll see that next squad with C squad coming in, loaded, full of lefties. We'll see what they can do.
Just for reference, C squad lefties, let's see, Kevin Williams, Anthony Pepe, Ryan Simonelli, Michael Martell, Rhino Page, Jacob Buttroff, Packy Hanrahan, who bowled very well last night, Jesper Svensson, Michael Holloman, I feel I'm forgetting a couple. But something certainly to look forward to. By the way, you missed Michael Holloman. We were talking about lefties and loft. And Michael was doing his loft thing last night at the end.
Yeah, he does like to get it out on top of the lane, that's for sure. When talking about lefties that could loft the ball, actually, sorry, Michael, I had forgotten about him. But I've seen that at the end of an eliminator tournament in Louisville a couple years ago that he won on a house shot. And that they reran every couple rounds, but towards the end, the lanes just were so beat up. And even on the left side, he was giving it some loft to get it down the lane. A little bit of bonus coverage here, the last two pairs to finish up. Tommy Jones, despite the rough finish to this game with back-to-back splits on the left lane in the 7th and 9th, is going to shoot in the 201 if he strikes here, plus about 60 on the day. Norm Duke again plus 8, so pretty much even for the morning. Duke plus 62 after yesterday. So he'll go into tomorrow at plus 70. Probably like to think he has a little bit of work to do on that 37-footer tomorrow when they take to the lanes tomorrow night. They've got a bit of a wait. One player, unfortunately, who's had a day to forget. Tim Pfeiffer, we mentioned, came in after day one. He was 36th. The cash line, he is going to go minus 144 today. And he's really going to need a big set tomorrow if he wants to make it to Monday.
All right, that'll do it. First round, day number 2 is in the books. B squad officially in the books. Congrats to Francois Lavoie. He is actually going to be one of the last players to finish, and he will be the last. So almost in a way fitting that the day he had is he is the last to throw a shot. That's down on 15 and 16. But certainly the morning belongs to him. We'll see what happens as the rest of the day unfolds. It's been a pleasure to be here with you. Certainly congratulations again to Tony, winning our first giveaway of the day. Our first pair of Apple AirPods, of course, as well. And then we've got at least one more pair of Apple AirPods to give away and a 50-inch screen TV tonight. Any final thoughts from this squad, Danny?
Great bowling to both Francois and Anthony Simonson. They put on a show today. Despite the low scores yesterday, you mentioned it, you got to put it behind you pretty quickly. They did, and came out today and came out on fire.
Excellent work by both of those individuals, and we'll see all the final standings here in a second. C squad.
Yes.
Right?
C.
Squad is on the way next here on Bowl TV. Thanks to all of our viewers on Bowl TV and simulcast to Flow Bowling. For Daniel Farish, Aaron Smith, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We'll see you on the other side. Next round scheduled to begin, I would say somewhere between the practice range actually hasn't started yet, so somewhat closer to 2 p.m. I think would be accurate at this time. We'll see you then here on Bowl TV.